streaming. Let's pop out this chat-a-roo. I don't know yet. There's still 10 minutes until they announce the theme. And there we go. Woof. Okay, let's go on to headers and let's post that we are back. We are back. Now, theme about to be announced. And then let's put the old switcheroo there. Do they have another? Do they have some kind of go live thing announcement? They've updated something. Okay, and there's a hello chat game dev help. Your project hub is Kenny Jam. Okay, yeah, so people are now posting in that they don't have a thing, right? They don't have one of the other jam. They had like you can post your go live stuff, right? These guys don't have that. There's too many people doing it. Self promotion, you know. Suggestions. Should I write in suggestions? Go and watch my stream. Oh, we are not gonna do that. Okay. Okay. Game dev. Work in progress, suggestions. Wow, okay, people are going to do a lot of stuff. Oh, no. Okay, I think that's enough from that one, right? 7 minutes left. Dad came back with me. You know what? I've been bathing, swimming in water, splashing around. But I didn't eat dinner, so I'm gonna have to. I did forget the milk. I'm gonna have to go and get some dinner. Why is it so dark in here? I left my phone as well. Right? Okay, I'm gonna go upstairs and get myself checked. No, that's not at all what I was gonna say. I'm gonna go and get myself checked, okay? I don't know how clean your mom was. Sorry. It did lie to you. I'm a streamer. What the fuck do you think, man? Of course it's gonna lie to you. All right, let me go and get some coffee, tea, and I don't know what I'm gonna do with food, but I'll be here for the theme though. All right, 4 minutes left. Sushi. What was I doing? I was getting a phone, right? That's what I was doing. And why, pray tell, was I getting a phone? There we go. Hello, Danak. How you doing, buddy? Oh yeah, come on, connect, Bluetooth, blah blah. All right, can we have that maybe connected to my phone? That would be advantageous, wouldn't it? Oh, we got lights. We have light. Yeah, it's very pale light. It's fine though. Fine. I wanted kind of like evening sun in my life. Let's go with evening sun. Supercharged. Yeah. Okay, let's turn it even. 2700 is pretty warm, isn't it? Okay. We got coffee. We got pretend sunlight. Phone, coffee, tea, water, and unknown food. No, the wife, beautiful, wonderful wife, is putting together a plate of chicken and various things she found on the floor for me. Let's get some head ponies going. Yes. No. Yes. Maybe. Okay, cool. Yeah, we're good. 5-second rule to Kujuk Planet. There you go, right? But 5 seconds. It didn't say which day, though, right? But that makes no sense. Okay. 4 minutes left. I have some. Do I have any ideas on what to make? None whatsoever. I am being very, very unsure. Are you sure you didn't forget anything? If I did, I don't remember it. Okay. 2 minutes, 5 seconds left. Okay. We got coffee. We got excitement. We got clean underwear. You didn't need to know that. 1 minute left. Okay. Should we finish it in 5 minutes? Bam. Look at that. 3,366 people have joined this. Okay. And maybe one of those lucky people will get to play our finished game. We'll see. Okay, so I don't have chat on screen. If you're watching this on YouTube in the future, which is maybe now for you, but this thing happened in the past, then you have no idea what weird questions people are asking in chat. And you know what? Your life is better for it. Think of the smell of it. Well, you get the idea, right? I say. Okay, so we have posted on B-Sky that we're doing this. But then on top of that, there is also a daily bunny. So, you know, make sure you don't miss that. Why? I don't know. But now I'm seeing that. Okay, so back to this. Okay, 55 seconds left. Oh my. Okay, you know what? I haven't even looked at the other guy's assets. Okay, but I think they were all 3D. No. That's why I haven't looked at them. There we go. Oh wow! Thank you so much. Thank you. Wow, this looks great. Okay. 30 seconds left. Look at this thing. Right? It's chicken and cilantro and yogurt and pickled onions and all the beautiful things. What a rainbow plate. Okay, 20 seconds. How am I not gonna make a complete mess now? We'll see. Okay. Yeah, this is all 3D. Maybe not this, but since I'm not... What? The options. What's the theme? Where's the theme? Am I blind? A theme is announced at the beginning of the jam. Yeah. Okay, maybe it's on the Discord. Okay. Easy theme. The theme is scale. Ah, the theme is scale. Okay, right. Okay, this theme is scale. That's all it says. Okay, right. Well. Okay. All right. Right. Okay. I see a game jam that requires you to use a limited set of assets to see what people come with. But that's what this is. Are you being flippant? Okay, so scale. Scale it is. Ah, there it is. There it is. Okay. What are we gonna do? We have 48 hours now to make a game. I say we, but you're pretty much exempt from this. Okay. Oh, that was a peppercorn. Oh, scale what? You can interpret the, no matter like however you want to, right? I got food on me now. That didn't last long. Okay. I'm thinking like something with balance, right? Like maybe like a backward scale. Oh, I got it. It's a backward scaling RPG, right? So you start off at max level and you have to get to the goal before you reach level 0. So every boss you defeat, you lose level, so you become weaker, and you have to yeah, and you have like a series of bosses, so you have to do it with some planning. So it's kind of like a strategy roguelike thing where it's an RPG in reverse, right? So you lose experience points, you lose items and stuff. Okay, so that might be the thematic, right? Benjamin Button RPG. Exactly that. Okay, right. Okay, so current idea. RPG where you lose levels as you progress through a finite number of bosses. Goal is to get to the final boss and beat them before you become level 0. So it's an inverse scaling. The problem is like inverse scaling with an RPG, right? So is that maybe, I don't know, right? Are you joining a Smileverse? So it's about like unfair scaling, right? Okay. Is this the game I want to make though? I'm gonna think about this, right? Okay, it was my first idea. Let me think some more of these. So this was scale as in balance, right? It would be a bit more esoteric about scaling, maybe, right? While also eating this delicious chicken foolery. It's great that my YouTube video is gonna start with just me eating chicken for 10 minutes. I feel like first of all, that could be like a what's it called, like the non-Euclidean geometry, right? Is that what's called non-Euclidean coordinate system, right? Where you have like what's it called, that game where you subliminal? No, superliminal. Superliminal is what I'm thinking about, right? Is the chicken to scale? You to scale. I never played Paper Mario Nightshade. I don't know it. Okay. Scaling can also mean climbing, right? Like you're scaling something. It kind of becomes like Donkey Kong, but you're the donkey. Say it, don't spray it, right? That's dyslexia, Sharper. Wait, you're saying that you get bigger and the camera scale and you get smaller, but so you're smaller in the camera, right? Yeah, I thought about that, like balancing scales, right? But why are you guys putting a bunch of ideas in my chat? Why aren't you working on your game? Okay? Go and work on your game. Come on, chop chop. No, the countdown, Gab, but to reveal the theme. I think so, Raga. Especially since it's not that far from my bedtime, right? Okay. Thank you, I love you. Okay. scaling, right? Let's go with this. We got scaling as in level scaling. We got scaling as in climbing. We got scaling as in... I think like larger, smaller is sort of the obvious thing, especially everything in 3D, right? Okay, I need some more ideas though, right? Some kind of game loop in all this as well. So we're gonna try to incorporate mouse here based on this, right? Like mouse only. I don't know why, but I think maybe we try, right? I could possibly do no text. Then the game loop has to be so simple that you kind of intuitively understand it, right? Ah, yes. We could do it can be okay, so let's get all the different meanings of scale, right? So define scale. We have climb, we have balance, we have all right, so we have yeah, so there we go. So meanings of scale, right? We have balance, wait. We have a beam that is supported freely in the center has two pans of equal weight suspended from its ends, usually used in plural. We can just take half this. A beam with two pans. So we have like a light beam and two frying pans, right? A small, flattened, rigid, and definitely circumcised plate. Okay, we have things like fish scale, scale mail. What else do we have? Ew, gross. Work. Yeah, it's a scale armor, right? Email. Infestation with or disease caused by scaling. It's like blah, 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 blah. To remove scale. Okay, descaling. Okay. Scale Tasha from teeth. To throw. D-boy, welcome Raiders. How you doing?
44 viewers.
How you doing? Welcome Raiders. Skim. That's not scale. To shed scales. That could also be something that you're supposed to shed scales. So you have this thing that's moving all the time, and you have to remove the scales. You have to shed the scales for it to be able to move, and the scales keeps growing. That's kind of gross. Scale music. Okay, music scale. Minimum wage. A wage scale. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god. That could be a political statement, right? Too hot to do anything. It's not too hot to jam, D-boy. A scale can obviously be size. To ascend, right? of a ladder. So scaling a ladder. Maybe we can like incorporate all of these definitions of scale to arrange in a graduated series. Okay, I'm thinking like a scaling point scoring system where you have different denominations. So you have to scale your score based on, why is there so much hair in here? But scale so you kind of have a scale that your score has to fit within. So you can score too much and you can score too little. But maybe that's too diffused, right? To estimate the amount of sound lumber in logs or standing timber. Okay. Bathroom scale. Yeah, you can have different scales and different values that has to fit in there, but that's kind of what I just said, though, isn't it? All right. Scale. Scale. More at shell. Middle English from Anglo-French, escale. Escale. Or Germanic origin, akin to Old English. A husk. Yeah, what about that? What about like a fish scale, scale armor, husk? Maybe that's the thing, right? Sorry, I'm not reading what you guys are saying just yet, but I'm like going through this thing, right? I think I have all I need for like the definitions here, then, right? Okay. Boring game would be just some basic math game where you're supposed to use different values to add to a scale. Like a puzzle game. It bores me. Okay, you can have scales as an armor. Okay, so maybe idea number 3. Scales as in armor. Scale as in armor or scales on an animal. Scales work as armor, and there are exposed parts that takes damage. So scales have to move around depending on the environment, right? So maybe you have like the floor, so you have to recompose this thing. So the scales are you adding scales? I don't know. I'm not mad at this idea. I don't love this idea. Maybe. Okay. Okay. So scales have to move around depending on the environment. So danger on the floor means moving the scales to the bottom of the animal or protagonist, right? Can scales be added or removed? Different scales have different modifiers, bonus / penalty. So you pick up scales to give you more speed but reduce protection or something like that, right? Okay, that's a thought. Okay, so let's go. So that's let's go and do some more, right? So what about music then, right? ID number 4, musical scales. I'm not musical. Console. This ID. Okay, ID number 5. Unconsole number 4. Okay. Descale. Music size. What can we do with size that is not just like what can I do with size that is not like obvious, right? What about like deciding what you need depending on the scale, right? Or what you're observing? Well, that seems like it's gonna be complicated. So like you're gonna travel some distance and you have to pick the vehicle that matches that scale. Wow, what a boring game that would be. I pick the bicycle. I'll ride the bicycle to the shop. Ah, okay. I wonder if the first one is maybe the best one, right? Because I'm just gonna keep doing this while I'm talking. Hello. Okay. Okay. Mouse only. So what about with mouse then? Can we do some mouse draw scales? But we're supposed to use the assets. Maybe there are some assets here. Let's go to like the very beginning of the thing. Like what's the is this it? This is the last page, right? Puzzle pack 1. Well, that thing can scale, but yeah. Symmetry, we ignore medals, platformer. I do want some pixel art though, right? I crave them pixels for it to be were these two the same? No, this is like a village in Legends of Zelda 2. A Link that should have stayed asleep because the game is not as good as A Link to the Past of the first one. Alright then, now you know. Okay, nothing here. Trying to be inspired by this, right? There's definitely some scaling that can happen here. But the one thing that we don't have is like a strong physics engine, and I'm not going to implement that in 48 hours, right? So that could have been a fun idea, all right? Where you have to scale the body parts for the circumstances, right? And everyone knows that the hair scales first, right? RPG base. UI pack. I definitely feel like I want to use the older stuff. I don't know why, but it's just, I just feel like maybe everyone's going to pick from the new stuff. So going with the older stuff would be more fun. But yeah, I'm not like, oh, they even have fonts. Oh man, this would possibly be really easy to implement depending on what that looks like. But should we try to do this without text? I say we a lot, but you are not included, okay? You go to your room and think about what you've done. Okay. What do we scale here? What's the scale here, right? No text. So without text, then the scoring thing is kind of out of the question, though, isn't it? I hear nothing, Nightshade. Hello, Marvin. How you doing, buddy? Well, creating a single player whole IO lookalike where you positive level you increase the scale, starts atoms, scale up the virus, bacteria. Yeah, I think like this is like the general. The thing is with I don't think that's a bad idea. I think that's a good idea and it's probably a fun gameplay, but I want to come up with an idea that I can't instantly link to an existing game. All right. Scoring can add diamonds on the screen. Yeah, but then that scoring with the scale doesn't work, right? You shouldn't hear anything. It's text. You read it. I don't know how to continue this conversation, Nightshade. I feel like it's just gone off the rails. Here are the rails, and over here is the conversation. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm too focused to be told by you right now. Okay. Holiday extra. Christmas would just not work, but it would be different though, right? Sci-fi RTS. Man. What advantages do we have over having a custom engine, right? Existing engine is going to have like the physics in place, and I think a lot of people are going to do like the scaling and what have you, like physical scaling things. Can we be a little bit more esoteric about it, right? We could do like musical scales where there's a scale playing, and you're supposed to navigate. If you go somewhere wrong, the scale will distort and be incorrect. But then we're depending a lot on audio, and for some reason I don't want to do that because I don't know how to make music that's good. But you can't have like the music turns like wrong as you are drifting away from, kind of like a modulation wheel, right? You're drifting away from that. But then again, I don't know, right? Maybe something with like a map. Would that be a thing? Scaling chimneys, yeah. So we have the idea of like of scaling and climbing, right? But I'm thinking like it rather than you being the one doing the scaling, maybe you are on the other end of this. You're supposed to defeat the people scaling, but then you get into like all the like this like recent dungeon games where it's like the inverted whatever, and you're the monster and you kill the adventures. Maybe it's like that, right? A game with dragon scales. Yeah. So one thought was that you have a monster, whether it's a dragon or whatever, but you have a limited set of scales, and you have to reconfigure the monster as it moves through the environment to put scales where they protect you, and scales can have bonuses and penalties and things like that, right? So I think my example was like you put the scale for higher speed, but then you take more damage or something like that, right? But what about like stepping out of this thing? What if we take like the mountain idea, but you are not the climber, you are not the mountain, then what are you? What's the scaling doing, right? No, then that makes no sense, right? Yeah, that's what I said. It's like Donkey Kong, but you're the donkey, right? Oh my god, are we gonna get like music and stuff done for this as well? Emotes. Okay, I have a terrible game idea, right? Emotes pack. I only see happy or frowny. Frowny. Depending on how you are progressing, you are supposed to fit values into a scale of some sort. So the indication is just like the happy, sad face as you go through, as you're trying to solve it. So that's like a vision again. But that's kind of becomes just a binary search, right? So no, this just becomes a manual binary search. Bleh. All right. Learn bleh. There we go, all right. Sports pack. Oh, god damn. Have we not had enough of the bloody football by now? All right. This looks like kind of like Minecraft characters, don't they? Can I don't know, man. We talked about worms. This makes me think that you have worms. But that has nothing to do with scale, right? Broadside. Sokoban, no. Pixel shoot 'em up. That's delightful. It's 1942. The game, right? This one, right? And we don't get any screenshots. There you go, right? This is like reminiscent of like modern IT tunes, right? For some reason. Playing hard. If anyone suggests that we make a Balato, you can kick yourself out of the chat right now, okay? And then go and sit in your Tower of Shame. Ooh, that's a good name for a game. Tower of Shame. Okay, you're supposed to scale the Tower of Shame by doing horrendously embarrassing things. And that's how you scale it. Okay. Simple space. Simple. Oh, cartography? But there's gotta be someone doing things with this, right? Because of the whole scale thing, right? Go, get out of here. Go kick yourself. I'm too busy. Okay? I got too much going on. Yeah, I'm busy. Get out of here. You're covering up the things I need for it. Tiny ski. Board game info. All right. That could be really useful if we added a multiplayer aspect to it. Ooh, 1-bit. This makes me think of like Loop Hero. What is this very close to Loop Hero? No, Loop Hero looks way more detailed. I don't know why I thought this was like Loop Hero. I never played Loop Hero. That's probably a game that could have become addicted to, right? And I'm drawn to this, right? And you're allowed to recolor and crop and rotate and stuff, like, so we can do like palette swaps and stuff, right? Too late, Grinding Ape. Too late. You in your mind, you must abandon yourself now, right? I have no idea what agar.io is. If any game ends with IO, if it's not itch.io, I don't know what it is, right? I know what togglebit.io is, and I know what itch.io is. Any other .io I am unfamiliar with. Just gonna save that for now, right? Or put that out there for now. Okay, but we gotta pick something. The thing is, I don't think that I'm... Oh, look at that. Someone has done things, right? Rogue Raiders. Okay, but don't look at what other people have done, you lark. I think a lot of people are going to do physics-based games because they use existing engines, right? And if you use an existing engine, then you already have that, right? So I have even more limitations. Some simple version of Dwarf Hunters. Oh, buddy. Clicker game, yeah. Okay, so but the game loop has to be fun, right? What does a game loop look like for this? Okay. Oh man, my hair is still damp. Okay. Roguebiz. No, I have not. Hilden. I don't know any game engines. Dwarf Hut. Dwarf Campground. Alright, but that has nothing to do with scaling. You guys are scaling insanity here with this. Okay, what should I do? Just look away. Don't look at chat, okay? It does not help. Like chat is like a handicap, right? You're making it worse for yourself by reading that. Okay. Oh, they're right. Scaling, scales. Can we fit all of these into one? So you're a monster with scales that is scaling something, like scaling a tower, and then we do like the inverse RPG. So you're scaling your character backwards, right? But this is just being clever, right? This doesn't actually sound like a fun game to play, right? Like, I don't know what the game loop is. Well, it depends on how you do it. Is it a puzzle game? I don't know. Scale is so open-ended as well, because like you can adjust the scale. You can have like a difficulty scale that you adjust for the game, and you can have a difficulty scale that you adjust for the game, but then that's so common in games, right? So that doesn't actually add anything, right? We need a Rust clone of Roguewiz. I don't even know what Roguewiz is, right? A tower crawler, and every level you progress gets smaller. Yeah, so I think like the scaling aspect is there, but I think I want something that isn't just another game, right? And we need that like AAA quality of like, do you guys remember when Last of Us came out on PS3? The game quality, like a AAA game that was fun and looked amazing. And right, I thought the second one was super boring, right? Because at that point, it's like you're not dazzling me with the graphics anymore, right? The game looks good, but there's so many other games that look good now, right? Like you blew my mind on PlayStation 3 what you did with that, but on the PS4, it's like I don't know, man. Non-Euclidean geometry. Yeah, but that's the superliminal thing, isn't it? Right? I got nothing. And the jam is soon over. Right? 39 minutes, and I got nothing that I like. All right. I think we just put a nope on that one. I kind of think that these could maybe be combined, right? There's like this thing feels like it has a strong graphical requirement, right? Like you're gonna see the scales, and you're not supposed to draw your own assets, and unless there's like a Kenny fish pack, I think that ain't gonna happen. Although we could use the splat pack as scales, couldn't we? And then when something hits, scales falls off, and then you have to get new scales. But again, that's not a game loop. That's an event. So easy to have all these terrible IDs. All right. I kind of like the isometric stuff now. But that requires me to plow through an article and get my head around that. But maybe not a lot of people are doing isometric, but I'm guessing Unity and Godot probably has built-in isometric stuff, right? Why should I care what they have, right? Again, I am not really going to try to win this, okay? I just want to like make a game and submit it, and if it's the worst game, that I guess that's also some kind of win. right? I successfully made the world's worst game. That would be a feather in a metaphorical cap, wouldn't it? Right? Perlin noise, is that free now? Are we allowed to use Perlin noise? Why am I engaging in this conversation? Get some brain in my head. I need the brain in my head. Okay, I need to pick some. This would work with the first ID, right? But scaling a tower, and it's not a fun game loop, is it? It's not a fine game loop, right? All right. ID number 5. All right, so you're supposed to, like, you just see you see the feet and you get some other information. You're supposed to guess her weight. there's no more scary and dangerous game than that, right? This is terrible. I'm gonna get cancelled. Man, these guys are so good at making the art stuff, right? Like, it looks so simple, but because you see what it is, except this, I don't know what this is. Maybe like a fox or something, and a spider. But because of that, it's a testament to these guys being good with the graphics, right? Oh man, it's gonna be something. Okay, it could be something that scales every time you kind of like, you pay with real estate. So by adding a tile, it grows. So every tile grows exponentially. So you have to like solve, but that's a puzzle game, and puzzle games definitely need good level design. No, maybe not that. In order to play, require you send the phone number on the wife. Realistically, Grey Hat, how many people do you think have wives and know their phone numbers? All right, that also. No. Anyway. I feel like you described an existing game right there, Verse Warrior. I think it's not a bad idea, but I think that already exists as a game, doesn't it? If anything, there's these typical puzzle games where you have two sets of scales, right? And you're supposed to, this is how you draw scales now, right? You can understand why I'm happy that I don't have to draw the graphics, right, for this thing, right? Is it like this, maybe? And you have like different values that you're supposed to use to match some number on this end, right? I feel like that's such a classic puzzle game, right? The price is right. Okay. Okay. But this is not about the game that I want to spend time making in the future. This is about a game jam game, right? This is about making my first game with this engine, unless we count some kind of game as a game, right? Scale. So like, there's like different tiers of ideas as well, right? Of how what do you call it? Like, not esoteric, but like the degree of separation, right? How obscure it is, right? Before you find the scale in there, right? The scale meaning, right? I don't know what a German cutting game is. Is that a thing? Is there something called a German cutting game? But the game loop has to be fun, right? Search it on YouTube. No, I don't have time for that. Okay. We're 1 hour in and I don't have an idea yet. No, we're 46 minutes in and I have no idea yet. Well, I have 5 ideas, but they're all like terrible. There has to be some kind of game loop to this that is entertaining. This is quite hectic, actually. It's very hectic. Okay. No, I think just size scaling these assets. I think so many people are gonna do that. It feels like a cop out almost, right? Like I don't want to do that, right? I'll write down idea number 6. You get no points. So either you like smush a bunch of children or you get no points, right? That's 2 on the nose, Grey Hat, though, okay? Like you could literally have a clicker game that's a pump, right? Okay, I gotta come up with something. Come on, is this the? No, we have 2 more pages to go. Oh, I like the look of that. I wasn't finished here. What about this 1-bit platformer? 1-bit graphics are so pleasant to look at, aren't they? We got some pipes here. That could do something. Got some bubbles. Now I'm thinking about like Attic Attack when you're jumping on the bubbles, right? Attic Attack? What's that? Is that a new game? Is Attic Attack a new game? This is not Attic Attack, okay? Can we get the actual Attic Attack? Oh no, this was Attic Attack. I was thinking about, was it Underworld maybe? Ultimate, play the game. Look at this thing, man. Okay. Yeah, that kind of is it's the pump version, right? It's the inflate thing, right? Value inflation, right? You're supposed to inflate the value of the lemming economy. A bit too political, maybe. Mill scale in the pipes, inflated market, yeah. The economy scale, right? So you're supposed to build data centers. You're supposed to find and build data centers to scale so people can generate slop images. It's so depressing. Okay, but I like this picture. But this has nothing to do with scale, does it? I mean, that could be a scale of some kind, but again, I feel like it's very quick to get there, right? An idle click, we do exactly that, yeah. Feed the blood machine. But no, I don't. I'm not doing this to make a political statement. Okay. I quite like the look of that. Let's have a look. One more page, maybe. Oh, what's micro? Micro is even better, really. Yeah. Love it, man. Wait, isn't this where we got some of the placeholder graphics for SKOG, right? Cursors. Oh, can we do something with cursors? We could... No, I just feel like it's too simplistic. It's too obvious to just scale things up and down, right? The googly eyes. I mean, if we could make a game with just this, wouldn't that be peak creativity, right? Oh, I wish I had a standing desk now. I mean, I do, but I wish I had my stream set up by my standing desk. I wish that we hadn't played around with a dark room, because now I'm getting stuck in these ideas, right? I like looking at these images to see if anything pops up, but I think everything kind of leads to the same point, right? Where's the game loop? Where's the fun factor, right? What makes this fun? Like conceptually, or like thematically rather. Can you sound more like a twat? I'll try. Thematically, obviously, scale is easy to fit in there, but what about the game loop, right? I can sort of see puzzle-wise, this lends itself to puzzle, right? You get like an instruction from someone to build something to scale, and then you don't get told what scale it is, but then you get clues in the wording, and you're supposed to, I don't know why I'm not writing this down, but apparently, look, having ideas is not a problem. I've had 6 ideas so far, or themes or whatever you want, but none of them really sparks an inspiration, right? Oh yeah, probably Donaka, but I don't trust Coldberg explicitly yet, right? Not yet, VM Babe. It will start monocolor, black and white, and then you can add in gray, and then R, and then RGB, and then CMYK, and then other palette. Photo taking 3D mint. Is that I think I know what you mean, but I'm not entirely sure. I think we've gone through everything now, and nothing pops out, right? Okay. And wait, the thing is, we have to use the art assets from there, and we're gonna try to do this with mouse and no text, right? Just because it's so valuable to be to communicate without text, right? And I think this would just help me. I think maybe the first 3 here is just going to be helpful. Symmetry, I don't really know how to interpret this, right? So, like, if you make things symmetrical, it means you can copy and paste and mirror the levels, right? We're not doing 3D, so this one is just, right? No, there's not that, right? Are you not game jamming the grey hat, or is the game thing not your vibe? Is that I was gonna say not your jam, but I feel like we have too many jams in here, right? Okay, what about like scroll wheel changes the size? Mechanics. So you use like the scroll wheel to resize something, right? I don't know what Replicube is. I think it's worth me telling you guys right now that the number of games I've played in the last 5 years can probably be counted on 2 hands, okay? Even if you've been in a woodworking accident, okay? I spend a lot of time playing a certain card game, and I'm gonna do everything in my power to not be inspired by that. Thank you kindly. All right. I think what I've played the last few years have been Cyberpunk, Remnant, and I sucked at that. Balatro, Zero Zevert, Darkest Dungeon, and I didn't try Bigfoot Live, VM Babe, I'm sorry, but that's it, right? My deck's bigger than yours. Hello, Boo, how are you? Can you turn this into a game? If this is foot pictures again, I'm going to be very disappointed with you guys, right? The year of Bigfoot Life. Roguelites are time consuming, very much so. And it's so good. It's so good. I feel like there are 2 stages of Balatro. You try the game, you have like mild enjoyment. But if you play it for too long, it becomes this like Stockholm syndrome. But also your relationship to the game changes a little bit, the way you see the game, right? The first few times I played it, I thought like the whole idea of gold stake was ridiculous. Like no one can do that. Okay, so if we're going like puzzle and scale, what about a visual language based on scale? But that's just a puzzle game again. Right? That's just a puzzle. I don't want to make a puzzle game, right? I don't know why I don't want to make a puzzle. I don't want to make a puzzle game because puzzle games requires a lot of good level design. A puzzle game lives or dies by its level design, right? You can have a simple mechanic for a puzzle game with really good levels, right? Or you can have like this amazing intricate thing, but then the levels are crap, right? It's a lot more forgiving in things like platformers and stuff, right? What are you looking for right now? Someone who likes long walks on the beach, doesn't live with a mom. I'm kidding. Come on. All right. Anyway, a comfortable sofa tonight. I'm just trying to come up with ideas and mechanics, right? So I have plenty of ideas, right? But I'm trying to come up with a fun game mechanic that works with the concept of scale, right? And scaling has many definitions, right? Okay, scroll wheel, change the size of something. Every tick on the scroll costs points, so don't overshoot, right? Ugh, I'm bored of that. Before I even finish typing it, I'm like, right. I think I've literally seen that. When you walk backwards, you get bigger, and when you walk forward, you get smaller, right? Isn't that a game already? Getting caught in the rain. And we have to be able to do this with these asset packs, right? So we have to find a singular asset pack. So googly eyes is probably not going to cut it. And if we skip text, we can skip any UI pack. I'm currently leaning towards the Pico, not the 1-bit ones, right? These two. Just because we can do a lot with, I would say like these three are in my top favorite now, right? Because they are simple. There's a lot we can do with this thing, right? We got pipes for days, yeah. We can rotate, we can scale, or we can change colors, right? Yeah, maps is a thing. You can have like a trajectory. You see a map and a scale. You're supposed to map a trajectory from one point to a target to like fire a long range sausage or whatever, right? But I think that's been done so much, right? I'm kind of trying to come up with a unique, for me, right? And you might think that coming up with a unique game idea is difficult, but one, the game idea is supposed to be unique to me, as in I haven't seen it. Two, I played less than 10 games in the last 5 years, right? Well, that's not true. I played a lot of console games with the family and stuff, right? I'm not going to dignify that with an answer, VM babe. Okay. I'm hoping Rensky is participating as well. Gina's never said if they were, right? Should we open this up? Let's download this thing, right? Let's download this. Okay. Can I? Okay, we're gonna delete everything in here. Unsorte. All right, do we have a tile map in here? We do. Okay, this is going to be like, it's got little characters as well. If there's a bunny in any of these packs, right? Oh man, I feel like there's a lot we can do with this. Should we load this into LDTK maybe? No, why would we do that? We don't have to do that. Okay. It could be. Is this like a little child sticking their face out of the toilet? So this is like the hair. And this is a toilet, and they're just poking the head out of the toilet. But what's the game loop? This mouse thing looks kind of fun. I want to dress that, babe. I want to dress that. Yeah, pure nostalgia, right? Scale. We could scale gravity, but then no. Okay, for some reason I don't want to go the physics route, right? Vectors and forces are easy. Well, easy enough that I think I would get that right, even though we don't have a physics engine. I still think the vectors and forces, or applying forces to vectors, can be done, right? Without too much pain. It would be nice to just have one sprite sheet. I think this is what we're gonna base the game on, right? How much of this we use, I don't know. Oh my god, an hour has passed already. Okay. And then this is all I have. Scroll wheel, change the size of something. Should we just load this in maybe and start poking at it? Question is, are we gonna do levels? Maybe that's somewhere to start at least, right? So well, I don't have that. Oh, Electron. Why? Okay. All right, let's just... Fine. We'll install this and pretend that it's not there. Ugh. Anything here. I just don't feel comfortable installing anything that touches npm these days, okay? No, all right, we're not using LTK right now until I've taken my meds. I don't know. But we have the tile map, right? So let's look inside the tile map. There is this one, there's the packed one, there's a transparent one. I think I want to use the transparent one though, right? So let's make a directory for assets. Let's copy the monochrome transparent one into assets. Tilemap.ping. We can move... wait, how did I end up here? Wait, what did I just do? Okay, let's just do this. Okay, this is what we're gonna take. We're not gonna have anything else to do with anything, right? Let's just remove assets. Assets be gone, right? We're gonna bundle this. We're just gonna move the tile map into source, and then we can just include that, right? Assets, insert texture, tiles, whoopsie, unwrap. That's a texture at least done. Let's just get something up on the screen, right? Let's have a scene dot layer create layer main. I think that's sufficient, right? Oh no, you need a lot of things, right? So we're on the name, view size and assets. Okay, so cameras, window size, and assets. Yeah, so let's bootstrap this at least, right? So for resize, we want main. We'll go with that for now. I think that could be perfectly fine. No layers. Right. Biscuits. Layers get, you plum. Okay. Yes, of course. We can store the atlas on the game already. I keep doing that, but that's because I'm just not mentally well, I suppose. And we need to pass in the texture. And assets, right? What do you need? Assets, name, and texture. Completely backwards. Okay. I need like a cup holder. Oh, now I remember what I was going to say earlier on stream before I disappeared, right? I know that people do game jams, but do people do like craft jams where like it's like a game jam, but you're supposed to build something physical, right? Do people do that? Is that a thing? Because suddenly that just seemed very interesting, right? So you got 48 hours to make something, whatever that would be, right? Okay. Junkyard. Oh man, Trash Heap. Junk Heap. Was it Trash Heap Challenge? Junk Heap Challenge, man. That was so good. Sunday, hungover, watching that, man. And was it the guy who played Crichton in Red Dwarf that had it? Scrap Heap Challenge. This is an old TV show. Yeah, this guy. Look how happy he is. So they're like, but these people were like really good at building things though, right? I'm not. Same show, basically, yeah, but you didn't have Crichton. Very important. Muy important. Okay. Right, we should do that. We have, okay, cool. We can probably call render here because we're not building our UI. I had no idea they had anything to do with daytime TV, V and Babe. I have no idea, right? Okay, so oh, hello, Ace Bright. Let's open up. Oh, wow, mouse action right there. Oh, Nelly, that's vibrant. Okay, so that would be 0, 0, and that will be 15, 15. Yes, that's correct. So if we want to grab this box here, oh wait, the grid is not correct. Okay, maybe it's 16 by 16. Okay, what's the grid settings? 16 by 16. Oh no. No, there's a thing, isn't there? Oh, okay. Oh, boo. All right, hang on. I have to go to download and unzip this thing here. I bet there's padding in here. Okay, and I don't think we can specify that in Sprite. Wait. Okay, no, that is not what I want to do. Undo, undo. Help, what did I do? Okay. I don't know what this will just offset it, right? Yeah. There is no way of doing that, is there? Oh, guff. Gadget Geeks ran for a single season in 2012. Really? I didn't know Tom Scott and Colin first had done something together, but I think I was kind of halfway to Spain or space in 2012, so I don't know what I was doing then. But can we add padding? A sprite, add padding to grid. I don't know if you can, right? Okay, we just have to count then, right? So if we want this one, we just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 7. So it's 7 times 16, right? Wait, am I stupid? Don't answer that. If we make the grid, if it's 1 pixel, we make the grid 17 by 17, then it works, right? Can we make the background? Yeah, I know. What about the background? This is such waste of time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right? Okay, let's say that the atlas dot create sprite, which is going to be a new region that goes from position 17 times, was it 7? 0 to that's, oh, you biscuit. Well, do we have the atlas, right? Yeah, we do, right? There we go, right? Right. Oh, thank you, Steve. Okay, that's what we have. Okay. Yes. No crash. Cool. And then sprite.scale. to F32. Sorry, I am just doing a terribly good job as a streamer, aren't I? Okay. This is meaningless, but we have something scaling, right? Oh, that sucks, Steve. I didn't know you were actually doing the jam, though, right? So good on you. Nice one, Donger. Nice. Is it like memory foam as well? As in, it remembers what you've been up to. So entertainment. Watch them, please. No one's watching on YouTube, but I'm still putting this on YouTube. Okay, so we have a scaling sprite. It is very far from a game, but it scales, okay? Okay, let's implement the scroll wheel scaling. Oh, we don't have that event, do we? Okay, let's poke at the engine. We do. I don't think the wheel gives us screen coordinates. Line delta. Why are we not getting pixel delta? So this is a line value. What does that even mean, right? And that should be not a position, but a vector. I want to see some action there, hardliner, right? I don't know what I'm doing. That has nothing to do with anything. Okay. This should be wheel coordinates, right? But this would imply rows and columns, right? Lines or rows to scroll in the horizontal and vertical direction. What's a line in the freaking horizontal direction? Okay. Okay, never mind that. Let's just let's give this thing a different coordinate though, right? There's no way that should be interpreted as screen coordinates, right? Okay. Yeah, it's a column, not a line. Unless it's a different language where you read top to bottom, like German. Whoops. Anyway, this is the wrong code. Okay, can we read the delta? So input mouse wheel is wheel cleared. Where is this actually updated? There we go. Update mouse wheel. Okay, this sets this. What about clear? No, this is not clearing the mouse wheel. Should it? How's the mouse wheel supposed to work? Alright, should it clear it or not? Oh my god, have we been streaming for over 8 hours? Okay. The bot is reacting. This should probably be like a plus equals to a delta, right? No, it should be the delta. All right, let's just log out the delta value of the mouse. Yeah, this isn't clearing. Oh, man. Well, no, you it's not only that, but you're not allowed to, right? So it makes no sense to make that, right? Also, where's the fun in that, right? Okay, do I want to make the mouse wheel part of the input? Scale. Isn't there? There must be some basic tutorial for that, though, Hardliner. Okay, should we? Can we use take on here? Right. It's kind of maybe no. I don't know. Right. Um. We have take, we have swap. What's the other one? Is it a replace? Yeah, that's a replace. There we go. Right. So we can have a take function on there. So at least this will be... Oh, it's not mutable. Okay. Okay, the take function can take itself out of here. This has to be driven by the input system. I guess what we could do... What we could do is we can add this to the mouse. Okay, so we have just clicked, we have wheel, which could be... We could store the wheel delta. We could clear it every time we clear. Or we could just read. Because this will eventually end up in the physics step, which does not reset in the same way. So these will not function the same way in the physics step. This only works in the input. I guess we can do this. No, we can't check the state either. Yeah, we can. And then we just reset that. So on clear, we have to reset the wheel. All right, I think we're good. Where is input clear happening? Is this it? Okay, here we go. Clear just. Let's rename that to just clear. I think that would be more accurate. So let's see what this looks like now. Yeah, so we get these temporary values. Wait, why are they all negative? What are you doing? No, that's generic. That is because there's no partial equality for line delta. Okay, well, I mean, we could just look at the world coordinates and copy all this for this one. There we go, right? Ooh, this is what I want to spend my time on. Messing with this. Okay, I think we're good though, right? So then, if it's not 0, then we will grow this by the input dot mouse wheel y. But we don't have to check that, right? Because this is... So we should now be able to scroll. Yeah. Okay, is this a good game mechanic? I don't know. Let's try to WASM... No, watch it WASM this thing. See if the mouse scrolling works fine in the browser. It does not. This thing does not work in the freaking browser. Can you please... Okay, maybe in the browser we're getting pixels. All right, let's try that. Okay. Oh, hello. Yeah, we are definitely getting pixel values there instead, right? And they are very different from what we got in there. Okay. Oh. What about X? Well, my mouse only scrolls up and down. It doesn't scroll sideways, so I can't answer that. Okay. Joke going too far. Still going on ideas. I got nothing. And I am incredibly stressed about something that has no intrinsic value to my life. What are these then? Amount in pixels scroll in the horizontal and vertical direction. Scroll events are expressed as pixel delta if supported by the device. Can we just normalize it before we apply it? Jasta. Okay. But this is meaningful to the project in general, though, right? Okay. This is now invisible because it probably ends up. Oh, I used the equal sign, didn't I? No, it didn't. What the hell is this thing then, right? Okay. Is this gonna work? Is this gonna work? No, it does not work. The logging doesn't happen. Why does the logging not? Why is it not happening? We need to enable logging somehow. Yeah, otherwise it doesn't expand. It doesn't expand correctly, right? Shit. Okay. So what is the? Why doesn't the pixel values normalize then? Are we gonna have to go for text again, right? Okay, but debug text is not a problem, right? Okay, let's do debug text. As a font name and text. Okay, now here we're not doing that. Instead, we are doing that. Oh, not a number. Okay, great. That explains it. Why? Why are you not a number? Maybe that's because of the scrolling. Nope. Okay, then. Slight detour, evidently. Let's do this then. Well, that's great. Can you see that? Because I can't. All right, let's move our beautiful box, or the text can move to the text of transform. Position is the resolution height divided by 2. right? Okay, scrolling does nothing now. I have no idea, right? I3. How does scale fit in though, versus warrior? I'm definitely not arguing against your idea. I'm just wondering how scale fits in out of plurality. All right, so we're not getting anything there. Nothing. The wheel does nothing. I don't know why the wheel doesn't do anything all of a sudden, but it doesn't. Flying in space is the scaling thing. I think you might have to elaborate on that because that sounds like the flying thing. We use planet pack and scale them based on distance. All right, at least you got some scaling there. Okay, so the scroll wheel seemed to be out of the question. All right. All right, and if that's supposed to drive this, then no. If we run this locally, that should work fine, right? Yeah. But in the browser, it's like... Then why was this doing something then? Yeah. Scale but don't die. Okay, I was kind of hoping that I could use the scroll wheel. That's the only mechanic I have so far to base on the scroll wheel, but that is not gonna happen then, right? Okay, forget you, wheel. We'll keep the debug text though. Okay. I'm out of water, right? Hang on. Need to go and get some water. the vacuum cleaner, it'll be fine. Okay. Okay. Okay, I got nothing. I got nothing. Okay, so my input thought was kind of whack, right? What's it okay, so if we can come up with a good if I can come up with a good game mechanic, a fun game mechanic that also ties in with scales that is used in this tile map. Holy goat. Alright, let's add another layer here, right? And let's move this layer up, and then we can add another color, and there we go. So now my eyes don't bleed when I'm looking at this. Installing Endeavor on your laptop? Yes, do it. Hello, Tomac. Wheel upstate. Sorry, I missed your comment. Why doesn't YouTube show timestamp? Can we get timestamp in here? No, I can't even click that thing. My goodness, YouTube. Why are you such a duck? What was that you saying? Wheel up. Do we have mouse wheel? I only see this one for the wheel. See, I don't see any other, Tom. It's just these ones. Timestamp. What timestamp you can turn on Twitch though, right? Hello, Skylar. With Hardliner. I think Steve has been he's been a mod for a very long time. You just haven't seen him in a while. This is true. He does not randomly ban people. I think that's a good thing though, right? Okay, now I think we'll just skip the wheel, right? We'll skip the wheel for the web. But what we should do is not that. We should do this. There we go. As long as I don't have that running already. I do. Why was that allowed to run then? Okay. All right, so now we have this thing at least. So we get the web build as we go. I made you mod so you could defend yourself against the filthy masses because you were a young innocent individual who somehow managed to fuck up mins repeatedly, but you know. Yeah, time sync can be a sync in the face. Okay. Anyway, not helpful. Scale. Scale backwards is elax, so it can be a game about laxatives. Are you on board with this? What's happening to my mouse cursor? It's not this. It's something else that's taking up the resources. Man, I'm gonna have to sit and count these to find them. Right? This heart is scaling. Does that do anything? Okay. Okay, terrible game idea. You have things, you have holes you have to fit through, and you have obstacles you have to crush. So your size depends on your mouse position in relation to the object keeps moving in one direction all the time. You have to move the screen manually and keep up. And if you move in front of it, it becomes smaller. If you move behind it, it becomes larger. So this is just like a concept. This is like a really annoying scrolling thing. I hate it already. All right, not that then. It always comes down to some kind of puzzle thing. What types of game do we have, right? Learn to spell, I say to myself. I just want a short list, not this detail list. Okay. Right, here we go. Platformer, shooter. What's hero shooters? I have to click on this thing. Okay. Light gun shooters. Shoot 'em up, fighting games, beat 'em up games, stealth games. Stealth game, kind of feel like it's going into puzzle, survival, rhythm, battle royale, action adventure, survival horror, Metroidvania. These things requires way too much level design. Text adventures, but with no text. Can that be done? Text adventures with no text, but how does scale fit in? I feel like the insanity is starting to bubble up. Hero shooter is Apex Legends. Oh man, I've never played that. Yeah, see, emoji, that's kind of what I'm thinking, right? Just use bevy moment. I don't know what that means. Point and click adventure, great genre. Does not get as much love as it should be, but we don't have the graphics for it. We have to use these existing tile sets, right? So that won't work. I don't think Bevy Engine's gonna solve this problem, Retail, right? A visual novel with no text as well, right? But aren't visual novels just like Japanese cartoon pornography in disguise, right? It looks like that when you look at the daily releases on Steam, at least, right? Graphic adventure, text, interactive movie. How would that work? But a text adventure with no text would be funny, right? Point and click action RPG. That is not Lord of the Temptress. That is Quest for Glory. This is point and click adventure in its finest, right? Quest for Glory, eh? Point and click, and it was someone's goofed up the graphics there, right? Point and click, and you have like combat sequences, right? Puzzle. So I think puzzle is the obvious thing that everyone's gonna do. So I don't want a hidden object game. I think RPG doesn't work either because it requires too much content. Right? Simulation, maybe some kind of simulation or strategy. Okay. A 4X game. There you go, right? That looks like Expedition 33. Maybe if it was done in the 80s or 90s, right? Leisure Suit Larry, yeah. Oh, Verse Warrior. Fuck you. That's a great idea. I love that, but it's not my idea, so you can keep it. But that is not a bad idea because you don't know what you're looking at without the text, but you will kind of start to get an understanding as you move through I don't know how you would make gameplay out of it, but it's pretty good, I have to say. So what for those of you watching this on YouTube, the suggestion by Verge was the world in your field of view is 180 icons, and the closer ones are scaled up. They're all on one line, right? And that's not bad, right? That's like, I don't think I'll put them on one line. I would just put you in the center, so the icons around you would be larger, right? But yeah, multiplayer online battle arena, right? Maybe that's it. How is artillery game its own? Okay, whatever. Real-time tactics, tower defense, turn-based strategy. Can we do turn-based strategy with this? And how? There has to be enough options, right? You either have to be clever and planning as part of the fun game loop, or skill, right? And skill is probably easier to understand without text, right? So you kind of have to understand that instead, right? I don't know what Ghost Runner is. Inner Wilds does no text mean no font. Otherwise, you can use text, then just change the font to Wingdings or something like that. Well, you have to use their tile sets, right? I feel like I said this so many times now. You have to use their tile set. We can use text. There's a font that we can get from one of the tile sets, but I want to do this with the one tile set, mouse as the input, and no text. That's what I want to try to do. All right. Ghost Runner gameplay. All right. What does this have to do with anything that we've been talking about? It's like a 3D first person something, right? I have no idea what this means. Yeah, well, the thing is, I think the limitation makes it easier as well. It's fun to play. Oh, no, I'm sure it is. Okay, so welcome, Rithel. We're doing a game jam right now where we're making our own game. All right. Grand strategy, turn-based tactics, turn-based strategy, tower defense, real-time tactics, real-time strategy, sports race, sports and scaling would kind of be a bit wild, right? MMO. Other notable board game or card game. We're not doing that. Don't go there. Gacha game, horror game, idle game. I think idle game is probably going to be made a few though. I liked what I saw from last year's though. Party game would get the co-op thing going. Photography game is not going to have. Social deduction game. What is a social deduction game? Typing game, but we're using the mouse though, right? By purpose. Art game, casual game, a Christian game, educational, esports, fitness game. We do a fitness game, right? Why are you shouting? The simplest thing I think of that fits the criteria is to make geometry dash clone mouse only, mouse button jump. You can use the tile set and you can scale the tiles and the size of the tiles up and down during the run. Isn't geometry dash, doesn't it have like polygon colliders? We have to rebuild some of the collision system then. A sandbox open world game. What's creative? Oh, I see. Okay. Scientific studies, game platforms. All right, there's nothing here that jumps out. Quest for Glory is a red herring. Oh my god. Oh man, what are we? 2 hours in, and I have nothing. 2 hours in, and I have a box on the screen, and we've concluded that the mouse was not a good idea to use as our input. Okay, what about this then, right? We use something that kind of like flocking behavior. The player size grows and you have to grow it to capture things and you have to shrink it to not collide and die. But the object itself is moving, like the player character is moving by itself. Oh, but then we have to do level design. Apple being Apple, yeah. Just reload the stream, Rito. Game Jam is happening. We are 2 hours in and I have nothing. I have a web build and I have the word hello. That is not going to be there because it's not going to use text, right? And a box with an exclamation point. Okay. Oh, there we go. I'll open just see an email here. Can we just dump this here? All right, this is what we're doing. Should we submit your project now? We're doing scale and we're doing single pack, no text and mouse only. These are the 3 that we're doing. I don't know how you're gonna do a co-op game that is mouse only. That I feel like that is really, really a stretch, right? I think maybe you can't create or use custom art models. Models, textures, or other visual assets are bundled that are bundled with the game engine. So if using Godot, you can't use like the Godot logo and stuff, right? Custom animation for sprites, custom materials, shaders, custom audio, sound effects, and music, and fonts. Well, so we can use our own fonts if we wanted to, but I'm gonna try to do this without text. For sound effects and music, I think we kind of snookered. I have a laptop set up in another room connected to a keyboard. I could try to bang out some tunes, but I think realistically they're gonna suck. So, fine. Oh no, the bot's probably gone to sleep, right? It's last we heard from the bot was I'm unsupervised, and then it disappeared. Yeah. All right, so I've settled for this tile map for no other reason than I kind of like the vibes of it. But I have no idea what I'm gonna do with it. No idea what I'm gonna do with it, right? Oh, for sound, I have like proper full recording gear and stuff, but I just don't think I'm gonna have any time for it. The wife asked me in the car if she wanted me to make the music, or she asked, "Can I make the music?" And I said, "Nah," because not because I don't want to make. She's really good at making music and stuff. She used to sing, but it's like I don't have the music software that we used to use. So she knows Logic and stuff, and we use Bitwig, but now we're down to Reaper, and she has no idea how that works. So we're just going to not. All right, I can put this up here as well, right? Whoops. There we go. Okay, so this is definitely working under pressure to some degree, isn't it? And I'm trying not to just fall back to regular streaming habits where I say stupid things and you guys leave. I'm trying to actually solve this, right? They kind of, it does feel like this would be like a 1-bit version of Animal Well or whatever, right? But yeah, I don't really know what we're gonna do. The theme is scale. All right, this theme is scale, and I don't know. I have one game mechanic so far, right? That will be player changes size depending on how far away the cursor is from the player, right? Maybe that's something, right? What's RPG Maker MZ, right? But don't you? The thing is, you can probably still participate even if you don't finish, right? I think it's not mandatory to finish, right? Hello, Ziok. Oh my god. Okay. All right. Should we just implement this mechanic and see what that looks like, right? So right now we just have this placeholder thing, right? We probably should add the physics step, though, right? Where am I? How did I get back here? What in the sneakers is going on here, right? Okay, let's grab this and dump that. No, not that. That and dump that here. Want that. We want that. Don't want that. Probably don't care about that and don't return that. Cool beans. Then we can leave that there. That's fine. Okay. So let's calculate wheel scales attack radius. Yeah, we had to abandon the wheel idea because the wheel didn't work well in the browser. Winit web wheel. Oh, it's www. That's what www stands for. I know I'm not digging around with Winit, right? If we get problems with Winit, this is already over, right? Let me see if I can implement something and we just decide based on that, right? So we have the player position, right? We have the mouse position, right? In the world, that would be main camera, screen to world, input, mouse position. Okay, so now we have a player position and a mouse position. I guess we just call that mouse, right? And to get the distance from these two, we are gonna go with... We can set the size just based on the distance to start with, right? So player.size is equal to size new, and then the distance will be, let me see if we have a distance. Yeah, we could just use that then. So we'll do player dist mouse, and that should be a floating point value. We might have to do something about that. Ooh, there's no size on... Oh. On there. Okay. So let's run this. I can probably stop that. All right. Okay, so now this is based on how close you are to the player. We should probably have some like greater... What do you do with this? This is pretty stupid, man. You gotta believe, Hardliner. You got to believe. I know I have them on the regular grid, right? If you're talking to me about that. Now these are on a nice, pretty grid. Okay, so what do we do about this thing then? Is this supposed to just move around or something? Maybe? So if this thing is moving, what if this is like moving in a direction? Okay, what if it's moving in the direction, but it kind of like follows a track? So you have to just wait. Isn't this what Geometry Dash or what's the one with the music where you're supposed to move the mouse cursor through like the openings? You know what I'm talking about, right? I wanted to use the scroll wheels, okay, but I cannot. The one with the PP, I have no idea what you are talking about, but I'm happy for you. Okay. Scream to get bigger. Interesting concept, but that was a terrible idea for... Was it like Nintendo DS and 3DS that had this mechanic where people were supposed to like blow into the microphone and stuff, and you ended up with people like screaming on the underground and what have you, right? It's just idea-wise cool, but actual implementation or actual use case was less cool, right? Yeah, that's the idea, Soggy, right? That this thing, whatever we pick as the player sprite, has to... My thought was you can make it larger to pick up something or to destroy something, and make it smaller to not be destroyed by something, right? So you could start off with like a Flappy Bird where you have the pipes, but you also have walls that you have to destroy. And if you don't have enough mass, you can't destroy the walls, right? Everyone play the game jam is a basement dwell. Yeah. When you grow, something happens. Yeah, you get older and die. But what are we talking about? The bigger the lower life points are. Yeah, you could scale something in that sense. I feel like I'm not gonna be the first one to come up with this mechanic, right? Does this work on the web though, right? Yeah, all right, we're good. So this translates. Okay. We should probably make the background black though, or some other color. Sorry, that's not how you spell coolers.co. Sorry. Is this not the... Alright. Starter generator. Alright, and of course, if we're gonna do this, we kind of have to turn off dark reader. Otherwise, this will go nowhere. Alright, that's a nice color. We'll start here. Okay. Alright. Bye bye, gray thing. Bye 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 bye, gray thing. Bye. I might have to write a custom shader for some of this stuff, but that's okay. Hopefully this doesn't violate the jam anything, that we just grab the color as such. You guys cannot be unsupervised. I can hear that already. Alright, I'm gonna mute my Discord server for 8 hours, and I'm gonna mute the Kenny server for 8 hours too. There's too many distractions there, right? Ah, and I saw the bunny thing. Also distracting. Okay. So we have something, but it's completely ridiculous, right? Why is my mouse doing this thing? I need the mouse to work. All right, there we go. Man, I do not recommend this mouse even a little bit, okay? This mouse has been terrible. It could be some conflicts with the hid stuff on Linux. So I'm not 99% sure it's this thing, but no other mouse has had the issues this one has had, right? And the software on Windows, I just want to get one of those like ice cream scoops and remove my ice after looking at that, man. Goodness me. It's a SteelSeries Rival 3 WL, which is wireless, probably Gen 2 minus or hyphen black, right? And it's garbage, I think, so far. I do not expect there to be any kind of issues with a mouse, right? I have my thumb on the thing, right? There shouldn't be like any connection issues with the mouse, but I had to install new firmware, and there has been other issues with it. It's just a no-go, right? It's just when I'm doing this though, Araga. So tomorrow morning when I wake up, I will probably read Discord again, because then it will be available. Okay, so what is the idea is boring me. I'm bored by the idea. It does not seem like fun to me. All right. What's okay, so Geometry Dash. It's not Geometry Dash, it's the other game I'm thinking about, isn't it? Yeah, this is not it. There's another game which is, what's it called? It's a rhythm game where you are supposed to escape geometric shapes. It's not really a rhythm game, right? To loud music, right? And that's called, not that. I was kind of hoping my search foo would help, right? No, it's called, is it something with hyper? Can it have the word hyper in it? Hyper. No. Oh man. It was in that massive itch bundle some years ago as well. Maybe I shouldn't talk into my hand. Super Hexagon, that's the one. Thank you. Super Hexagon, right? This game. Okay, I remember it looking different. But you're supposed to move the mouse cursor outside of this thing, and these things keeps rotating, and the music is pretty intense. Why am I looking at this again? I have no idea. Anyway. Yeah, that's the Super Hexagon game. The Polish version. Okay. Tempest 2000. Oh, man. Okay. ¿Qué es eso? Are you sure? Are you sure they're similar? Okay, I think maybe I can see it. Oh, did you guys ever play Sky Roads? Okay. Back to the show. Come on. Okay. So far, I have nothing. I have a background and a scaling exclamation point. Spiders climbing. Oh man, my toilet spider is seemingly annoyed with me. You all have toilet spiders, don't you? What if you have like things coming at you from the side that you have to avoid and things coming at you from the top that you catch? I'm bored already by saying that out loud. I bored myself. But maybe the game doesn't have to be amazing. Maybe just have to be. There should probably be a max value. We need to clamp this to something. All right. All right, and to know what that is, we'll use our debuggery here. So let's clamp it to like 100 maybe. I'm using functionality that doesn't. There's no clamp on a size. Why don't we make size have a clamp? Scale. Size. What's this? Is this from Chrono Trigger? Wait, does clamp return? Yeah. R type. Stop misspelling clamp, damn it. All right. Ugh. that's not the right thing, right? Okay, so now it's clamped. Okay. What even the enemy hit you, Chrome? I still feel like it's a boring concept. We've kind of gone from these weird, outlandish ideas to, not you, I have, to this like into this like boring thing. I mean, I had one idea where we smushed children, right? I mean, honestly, how's that not on the radar anymore? I wonder if it shouldn't navigate the level, but rather things are happening towards you, but you're always safe. Well, maybe it should scale. Maybe it should scale in the direction, right? So we don't do this by distance. So we do player X minus Alright, so this is size. So now this will not scale evenly, right? Although, right. Yeah, there's a reason why we have distance like that, isn't it, right? So you have to flatten it or extend it or grow it, right? Oh, this looks stupid. I hate this thing. Not even a little bit of that, guys. Just stay the course. You're good. You're good. What if we do this? There we go. Now it can go in both directions. Feels a little bit more organic now. But this doesn't do anything. This is completely meaningless. Oh, boring, 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 dreadfully boring. Also, boring is what I'm feeling in my brain hole now. That's where there's supposed to be a brain with a smooth bowl in there. I don't think it's about the difficulty level. I think it's about the mechanic feels boring. Okay, but maybe we implement something, right? Okay, what if we just do that then? Time to brew tea? Oh no, we're way past that. I need like, I don't know, something else, but no. Snacks are for closers, right? We don't get no snack. Okay, what if so we have the little box in the middle, right? What if we had like things that has a trajectory, right? 2 points. And what can't I draw up here? Well, who knows? Probably because of this. The intersection point can't be here. There has to be an intersection point where this thing can be at its smallest, right? There always have to be a safe zone along these axes, right? So if this thing goes there, it has to be outside of this thing, right? So it can be a point anywhere in space to anywhere as long as it doesn't intersect the middle, okay? The smallest one there, right? Let's just re-implement missile command, right? Now, but some of these are good, some of these are bad, right? So if it spawns here, again, outside of it, right? And then you have to decide which ones you pick by expanding this thing to collide with them or not. But that sounds so boring. What's that? It's boring a clock and you're right on time. What if the player is at the cursor position and click and drag will resize the player? So the player follows the cursor. What does that feel like? And then you click and drag to resize it. And when you're resizing, you can't move. Can that be anything? Okay, let's try that. What do we have now? Now we do this. Okay, I don't love that. Bye. Well, we keep that. That should become the mouse position. So we can just do this. Okay, so now this thing follows the mouse instead. Whee! But if you click and drag, it shouldn't follow the mouse. It should be resizing, right? Okay. Man, every time, I promise you, I have programmed before, okay? I'm not new to this. I promise. Is it just clicked? I clicked. Okay, so holding the mouse down now should stop it from following, right? But when I release, it's just gonna teleport to the cursor, right? But that's okay, it's gonna resize the cursor. We can't prevent the cursor from doing anything. But we should follow the cursor. We shouldn't be... We should we should follow the cursor. Did I say that already? That we should follow the cursor? Thank you so much, Anonymous, for a gift sub to I Like Your Eyelashes. I bet you that I Like Your Eyelashes is truly enjoying their gift sub. I Like Your Eyelashes is possibly not a follower of the stream, but I Like Your Eyelashes might turn up one day and appreciate the sub. Thank you so much, Anonymous. What's the benefit of being small? There was an episode of that show in space when they used the children to climb in and fix the reactor, right? With the star bug. Battlestar Galactica, that was the one, right? And everyone's drinking Ceylon tea. I don't know. I didn't pay attention. People can use you as a ball in ball sports if they don't have one, but then you have to be really small and quite okay with the circumstances. Okay, so that's gonna take... how did we do this here, right? So we just put the mouse position in there. And while we're dragging, we just translate this, right? So that was easy. So for resize, we just have to store the mouse position, right? I don't know what that type is. It wants screen coordinates. That's what that is, right? There we go, right? We will manage Hardliner, but hurry back, though. I'm quite nervous on my own here. Okay, so we have to translate what? I mean, I've solved this today. Why am I not just looking at it? The delta, and then we reset that. That's what we do, right? So we have to do this. So we just update that, and then the delta is main camera dot screen to world, the position, minus screen to world and then we have to create a size based on this. So sprite.size is woof. How are we gonna do this? We have to make the size. We have to give it like a key size based on the distance. Okay, so maybe we can do this. There we go. I think I've like tickled someone's OCD nerves with this enough now, right? we're supposed to add that to the size, right? That's not the right value. No. No. That's the delta value, right? Wait, what did I just calculate? Yeah, that's always going to be a positive number, isn't it? Right? I have no idea what I just calculated. All right, okay. But I think I have something though, right? Oh, it's becoming a puzzle game. Okay. All right, let me think for a second. All right, you guys can type. I'm thinking. Camera screen toward the position, the distance. So we're getting the distance from how far we travel, but we don't know if we're traveling towards the thing or not. So we need to know. Maybe that's how it is. Maybe we don't update. What does that look like? What does this look like? Yes. That's more like it, right? And then, so if we go from here to 8. No, why is it 10? So what if we add something like it doesn't start to scale until you get past 10. So we subtract 10 from the 8, right? So past 10, we care about it. That's not right. Because it's supposed to scale, right? But we need to be able to get into like negative values. Okay, we need to get past our size. That's what we're gonna do, right? Okay. So we need the delta to be larger than our size in one dimension, right? Okay, let's see this, right? Oh, we have to divide the size by 2. Hello, Faro. How you doing? I thought you'd take a holiday, right? Haven't you enjoyed some holiday? I'll save you from the pain and burden of having to be a moderator. I am writing some straight up bullshit. If it's false, then we're gonna shrink it, right? If it's false, then we shrink it. If it's true, then we'll expand it, right? Okay. Hello, Freefall. So let's think then. No, false means nothing. If it's true, then we pass the threshold. Yeah, I think this is somewhat right. So when it's true, that means it can only grow though. So there's that, right? Oh, no, it's all good for her. Don't worry about it. I generally don't have moderators. I don't remember why I made you a moderator. You seem like you wanted to be a moderator for a bit. Okay, so once we get past that, we should start setting the size to be multiples. And it has to be square, the size, right? So let's just try that, okay? So if larger is true, then sprite.size is delta. Is that correct? Okay. Oh, but it shrunk there. Oh, this is kind of weird. This is very weird. It does a little like jump there. We have to include our current size. But that's a problem and a half. Well, ugh. No, I'm just gonna go and implement the add a sign operator instead. It's less ishy, right? Do we not have add for size? All right. Whoopsie. Extra whoopsie. Oh, right. That is a mutable reference. Yes, that's what that is. Ah. Okay. And then it was supposed to be add a sign. I don't think that can be right at all. Yeah, because now I can't shrink. What's a moderator? The most depressing question from you, okay? Maybe. Okay, so why is this thing? Audio is not working. Ah, beans. When it becomes true, then what is it? Oh wow, look how itty bitty it is. It's tiny. Ah, meow. It doesn't like feel good. The mechanic does not feel right. The size should be based on the mouse position from the center to where it goes out, right? That should be the size. You have audio now? Nice. I know, my unauthorized meat. There it kind of jumps. What if we just disable this? No. Okay, I think we're kind of close to having this. Hello, day loop. I think I might have something to go with here, right? That little jump in size should not happen. The corner of this thing should follow the mouse. Like it does there, but then it stops doing it, right? As you should. We could set it and then reset it, right? How unsettling. Hello, D3. We're jamming. We're doing a game jam. 48 hours jam, and there's nothing else going on right now. How you doing? Okay. Thank you for the cheer. Why did that not trigger a TTS thing? Always has been. How do I still know in my arch? I am pretty confident you should do that. And then install a circle. I think it's just like everything Pharaoh to learn, right? You should have read the rest of the message. It scrolled past. I missed it. The size should be based on maybe I am very confused by chat now. I don't think Pharaoh is trolling. I don't know what Hardliner is doing, and I don't know what I'm doing, and here we are. What do we need? We need the distance. The size is the distance from the center, which is the mouse position where we register the mouse down. Right? It's where we... That's a beautiful square. Temporis, can we get shapes in this program now? Temporis is long gone. All right. So that's the center point, right? So we have two directions, right? Or two axes, rather, not two directions. And the mouse that moves furthest out from one of these is going to cause the... Would that be right? That's where we create the size. The size is half of the... Actually, it's times 2, right? So the size is this value times 2. Okay. Learn about OpenCL then, Farah. That's a good place to start. Learn to detect cucumbers. I think that was like one of the OpenCL or OpenCL was OpenCV computer vision. Sorry, OpenCV. Learn OpenCV. Right? I think like detecting cucumbers was the one, wasn't it? Okay. Anyway, back to jam. So times 2 would give us that access, that side as well, right? Open curriculum, OC, cucumber maxing. I'm glad you guys are in my corner. Okay, so that's the center point. So we could actually ignore the resize position. We can skip that. I think we can get rid of that. Okay. And this will be something else. We have one more to get rid of. There we go, right? Now, this position in the world will be equal to that of the player sprite, okay? So let's get we already have the player sprite. So sprite.position. Distance to so we need to add this, right? So the distance between here and... But we have to do the larger check. We still have to get it there, maybe. I don't know, do we? Yeah, because otherwise it would just collapse the moment you start to resize it, right? Okay, so it's the distance between that and the mouse cursor. That's the delta value. And if we look at what this is now. All right, let's see. 0. Yeah, see, that's maybe a problem, is it? The middle down here would cause a distance of, I think, about 8. Because it is half the size, right? So we end up with this. It's false. It should be true there. It should be true there. That's not right. Okay, what if we do just a straight up distance between the two, and we don't do the actual distance. We do the distance on the axis instead, right? So we have a delta x and delta y instead. All right, then we just need delta y as well. ¿Qué pasa? No, I'm gonna be doing this for a while longer, but I do enjoy the trip. It was pretty good when we went there. It was very few jelly beans. There were 2 big ones, but they were in another place. Don't worry about it. Huh? All right. There we go. Why is it not true? It should be true here. See, the x value is 8.11, and that should definitely be the sprite larger than or equal to sprite width divided by 2. So let's get the sprite size in here then, right? But I can't see that stupid text. I can barely see this. Width is 17. Oh no, we need to divide by 17. The fiddlesticks. No. Ah. Oh, you guffin. Okay. Oh my god, was it down to that? Idiot. Okay. Good work, Kokoro. I don't know how to pronounce that, so I'll just offend all the people in the chat now. Okay, so we have this now working. So if it's larger than, now we want to know what the delta value is. So let's get rid of the sprite size then. We don't need that. Yeah, I think this is what I need to do. So when we get out there, it will, when we go past 8, then we need to start accumulating size minus the delta value, right? So the new size, if we have larger, then the new size will be the current size this will be the sprite size with divided by 2 minus the delta x. I think. Okay. Ow. Stupid foot. Okay. How does that work? So that should set it to 0, really, when we get there. Okay, let's just put, let's just look at the x value. So the x value should now start at 0. And then it becomes negative. All right, I think I got something backwards there, right? Now we're talking about how much this thing should grow. So it should have grown by 9 pixels along the x value, right? So if it is larger, then we do that. Wait. Didn't we have a negative value as well? But larger is false. Now larger is true. And that's when we can start resizing it. Okay, so we're gonna have to go out, change the state, and then go back in again to shrink. But we can make the expansion work. Hello, Footlong. How you doing, Butler? That's what I call the bunny. Butler. Buddy bunny. Anyway, who knows? So, but we have to reset the value after that, okay? So we go out, we hit the edge. So it's not true. That becomes the value that we grow it by. So that is a positive value. So if we just do sprite.size.width plus x here, and that would just be sprite.size.height. Because we only care about 1 now. Yes. Grow, you filthy biscuit. And now we have to make it shrink as well. Okay. I'm good, mate. I'm good. Oh, missing chat. Hang on. Doing good. Happy to hear it. What is NSD? Indeed. What or whom? All right. So I stepped on, my foot is bleeding. I should cut that out of the YouTube video. I stepped on some like sharp things, right? Man, I've cut both my feet open and I got stung by jellyfish in the last couple of days, right? I need to go and put something on here because it's bleeding again, right? Hang on while I'm being gross. right. Good. Hello, Brooks. How you doing, mate? How you doing, Brooks? Okay, I'm going to run and do stuff though. All right. Enjoy. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. How you all doing? Hello, Chantal K. How you doing? Okay, so we can now resize the square, but we can't shrink it. So we need to go out and then in again. So we need to do this with a state, right? So let's do this. Y and then height, and then the size will be. We're calling everything delta now. That makes everything easier. There we go, right? It'll be X max Y, and then we just add the bunny here. Okay, so now it should resize based on the largest one, right? Okay, we just have to be able to shrink it back down again now, right? Jackie just did the same thing. I don't. Is she doing the same jam? Foot long. Okay, so if we set it into a with mouth. Wait. Well, okay. Why do you make everything sound so dirty? Oh. I was like, maybe I can take this jam video and we can make a YouTube video. There is no trace of a decency left in there, right? There's no way I can do that. You're somewhat back. Welcome back, somewhat. Hello, somewhat. I'm dead. Okay, so what if we do this? We have resizing. Can we do that? And here we go. Self.state is state resizing. So we do it this way instead. Or maybe he's talking to someone named back. I can't like unpack the insanity that is chat. Okay. It's a lot of expectations. So how do we compute larger? It's the delta X and the sprite size. All right, so what can we do width and height here? Is this doable? No, but we should be able to do that. So let's go and implement from size T for tuple, right? There we go. So now this should work. Okay, let's get rid of that on that, whatever that is. Can we calculate larger based on all of this now? Let's hide you away for a second. And then we do this. Okay. Google's AI product must have zero use. Every single Twitch ad break for the past 2 weeks has been for scam in Gemini. Okay. Just call me chat. Can Gemini. People like these things. I don't know, right? I'm related in Deutsch. I'm dyslexic. All right. Okay. Well, we had fun, didn't we? Now we have to calculate these values, don't we? So this means that we set that already. Do we need delta x and y here? I do think so. I mean, whoopsie. But maybe this could be written as a distance. Like so instead. Dist, didn't we say? Maybe. And then here we have to calculate these again, don't we? What does that mean? That means the size divided by 2 minus so the distance and then the size divided by 2, right? So we'll take the wait, why do we have the size, width, and height here? Divided by 2. Okay, that's weird. So that's gonna be half the width. And that's gonna be half the height. All right, so we don't need to keep getting that anyway. Okay. And then I guess we can start up here already. So that's just the width divided by 2. And then the height. Then we don't need these two. I don't think we need these two, at least. Okay. Right. Now we need to calculate the difference between these, all right? So we'll take the sprite again, get the width and the height, yeah? And then the difference is going to be, now we need the position, right? We need to calculate the mouse cursor again. We can do that here. What are you griping about? All right, let's just do mouse here. Maybe that's enough to look at. Whoops. And then this just becomes this. We don't need, really? What? Aren't you a floating point value? Yeah. Ah, colon. That, see, that 9, we have to subtract the size there. So the distance is that minus. Shit. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do this. And that is what we get the distance from. So we should be looking at 0 on the edges, not 8. Like, fine. I almost said a naughty word there, didn't I? So that's, why is the distance wrong? Oh, fiddlesticks, that doesn't work. Do I have to make this absolute? See, now it's 17 there. Why is it 8? It should be 0. The distance between no. The position is added afterwards, you twat factory. Whoops, and also that don't say that and repeat some of the things I say. I'm gonna have to scratch this video. Damn it. So that's not right either then. Yeah, I get what you mean, Kokoro. But like there's like I had some wild ideas when we started, and then I had to sort of connect my brain into the RJ45 socket of reality, right? And then realize that you take your massive idea and then you shrink it into this itty bitty thing that you can actually get done in 2 days, right? So I'm how many hours into the jam? 4 hours into the jam? 3 hours into the jam, maybe? And I have nothing, all right? Can I help you at anything? No, I'm good, Faro. Just enjoy the train wreck in slow motion that you're observing. Right? We have to scale the scope. You know what, Kokoro? Maybe this is what we do. We just submit completely broken, extravagant projects, and we just call them like scope scale too far. So it's not really. It's just an ode to scope creep, basically. Okay, so this doesn't work. For reasons I don't know. We have to subtract this from them, but that's also wrong. Guff. All right. Okay. I need to see some debug about this because I am so that has to be 0. See, it's 8-ish on each side here, right? Which is what it's supposed to be. Nothing happens inside until we go out, and then we see the numbers move, right? And the distance between here and the center are 8, but it shouldn't be 8. Well, the new size is going to be the distance minus that, but that doesn't make any sense, right? So, okay. Maybe the new size is distance plus minus. So, yeah, minus the width divided by 2, and this is minus the height divided by 2. Maybe that's really what we're looking at. And then stupid type system being all useful. Oh. I think maybe this is what we're looking at, right? So the new size is, that's what we're adding to the size. And are we using the size for that? I think so. So we'll do sprite.size plus equals new size. Oh, fine. All right. Yeah. Yes. Okay. There we go. So you move it and then you resize it. And we should probably clamp the size. Okay. We got there in the end. We got there in the end. What are we looking at? Oh my. Why is there a large me? Why does she look murderous? uh Come on, man. All right. I like it. I like it. Okay. Right. So we did it. We just have to clamp the size, okay, to something. We can clamp it to 16, right? So size clamp to well, um, does clamp return? It does. No, it is a square one. So let's go with 160 then. Okay, so now there's a maximum size. Resize, shrinky dinky. Resize, shrinky dinky. Okay, this kind of feels good. The only thing that I don't love is that it is. Oh, there's another mechanic we can add. I don't love the. I think we should maybe go smaller than 160, maybe 120. Yeah, that feels good. And then it's the teleportation that happens when you shrink something. Okay. Okay. Now we are cooking with glass. Okay, so instead of doing this, if we're following, what we need to do is we need to set the the destination of the sprite to something. All right. So let's start with a destination that is equal to. I have lost my mind. There we go. Let's set the destination equal to that of the mouse cursor whenever we are moving. Maybe. All right, init suck it. Wait, don't suck it. Okay, hang on. I feel like we're going somewhere now. Okay. So serve.destination is that of the mouse. And that happens in fixed update. We should, but we're not doing that just yet. We haven't added a collider to this. We probably should do that. But before we add a collider, let's do this. On update, we are going to move towards this. And I did this in another project where we did the soft thing. Game over. The dampening. No, get out of here. Lerp. Where's the camera lerping? Camera control. This is it, okay? I have to update the position. Okay, that's the region we're in. No, update. This is it. Okay, now we are lerp. That's the thing. We are lerping McLerpin between these two. So we need the delta time and we need a lambda value to be able to do that. And then we're going to get a fraction of that. Okay, so let's, I guess we should write a dampen function instead, shouldn't we? No, we don't have to do that. Okay, so let's have an input. value like this, and then that will return F32. So it's not quite the same as lerpen, right? So a b 1 minus, is it t divided by lambda? No, it's 1 minus negative lambda times t. Alright, so it's negative lambda times t, like that. I think that's what we need, right? Okay, so doing this, we should be able to specify, if we go to our update function, right? Here we have the sprite, we have our delta time, and we have this. Okay, so the one thing we have to do is we have to damp the sprite's position. We should write this, and then the delta value, and then the lambda value, right? And then y, and then this becomes sprite position x and y. Okay, so this should now stop the teleportation from happening, right? So instead of updating the sprite position, we're updating the destination. Well, we're supposed to. Okay, let's see how this is now. Yeah, right? So expand. Oh, shit. No. Wrong. Only do this if we are in a following state. There we go, right? Hello, Talk, how you doing? Right, so grow, and then no more teleportation. Shrink. Oh, this feels good. Okay, this is not terrible. We have clamp values. We have some kind of mechanic that isn't based on a carcass, all right? Let's make sure that we can run this in the browser. Ooh. All right. Yeah. Oh, right. Okay, now stop it. All right, we probably shouldn't call it rubbish either. Oopsie. Kenny Jam 2026. Toggle bit entry for Kenny Jam. And, well, let's just keep calling it nerd, shall we? All right. Whew. Can you make it feel heavy when it's bigger? That is not a terrible idea, and I hate you for having it instead of me, okay? We can change the lambda value based on the size. Let's see what happens if we give the lambda value something like 1. There we go. Okay, now it's really sluggish. So let's say that the lambda value is 5. Now it should be a lot faster. Yeah. Okay. So how do we convert 130 something is equal to 5 and 16 something is equal to, wait, it's the other way around. 5. Is that right? Is 5 fast? I think so. What about 15? Is it that like, is it like noticeable? Very noticeable. Okay. That's a really good idea though, Faro. But yeah, go and punch yourself in the face because I didn't have that idea. All right. Oh, you know what, guys? I had this really cool idea because those watching on YouTube can't see the chat. I just thought this idea completely on my own. What if we make it heavier when it's bigger, so it's more slower? Oh man, I don't know where I get these ideas from, right? Oh wait, there are. Hang on. Current viewers 0. Well, I said it to no one. Anyway, Farah, that's a good idea. Now I have to do math though, and that's never a good idea. So let's open up my mathy malator. So 130 divided by 130 is 1. 16 divided by 130 is 0.1. And if we do 1 divided by... Why are you doing that? No, hang on. Where am I going with this? Can someone please put me back? So 5 was fast. Yes, that's the thing. You are 0 viewers. Brain is braining. Yeah, what a genius I am, right? What a genius I am. Okay, but now I have to do maths. Okay, why do I keep reading the chat then, right? The larger the left-hand side is, the smaller the right-hand side is. That would be division in the other direction, wouldn't it, right? So 130 divided by 16, or 16 divided by 130. Times 10. Okay. And then we do 130 divided by 130 times 10. Well, idiot. That's not right. We want that value to become larger, not smaller. Okay. You can't sleep. Just count sheep. She has a real job. Oh man, how young are you, Nightshade? Damn. I thought you were old enough that your mom would be retired by now. There we go. Right. So we do. She choose not to. You know what? Like props to your mom for working, right? So that's what we do. Okay, we do. We do that, and then we take that value and divide that by 10. And then we get 8 there and 1 there. And that's okay. So let's do that. So we do 10. Where are you, my beautiful brain hole? That's going to be, whoops, 10 divided by size divided by 130 divided by 10. And then the size is going to be sprite.size.width. Okay, let's see what this is like. So now it's quite snappy. It's not slow enough. It needs to be slowified, right? That's, yeah, I was gonna say that's nice of you, Ritha, right? I think We have a winner. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. But were you were you always that age? That is how intelligent I am right now. That was genuinely the question I was gonna ask. It was not what I meant to ask, but it was like the words that were simmering up to the surface was have you always been Yes, I froze time as a very old child. And here we are. But I think that's supposed to be 10 for this to work. Oh, look at that, man. Look at that boxy blasted. And then we shrink it down. And there we go, right? Oh, that's good, man. That is good. Okay. Okay. So we got some, damage math over here. I want to see what that is. Let's do this. Yeah, I think that's okay. So now he's snappy, and now it's very sluggish. Maybe we can go even further. No, it's very sluggish. Yeah, I think that's better, right? It feels weird the one there might be your age, guys. Yeah, well, I mean, you can only dream at least, right? Yeah, next generation will be older than that too, Scott. But there's we have to figure out how we're gonna cryogenically freeze ourselves when we get to that stage, right? Chop our head off and put them in the freezer so we can come back, right? Da 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 da. I am liking this. This feels like a good mechanic to build on. It's not a revolutionizing game though, that's for sure. Man, I'm tired. Can we maybe make the camera track the mouse cursor as well? So the mouse cursor dictates where we are. That sucks, Scott. I'm sorry to hear that. All right. Oh, wait. I changed this, but didn't actually use it. All right. Well, I'm a dummy. Don't tell anyone. No, we have to do that. Okay. I think that we have the foundation. Well, should we maybe give this thing a proper name? Really? I'm not signing in. I'm too lazy. Maybe this is an idea. Question mark. There we go. Okay, so we have some kind of mechanic and something that scales. Now I'm thinking that the level can simply be yeah, I think I've heard similar stories, Scott. It's it's just aggravating, and there's not, like, you can't let it consume you or like fuck with your life, but it is aggravating. Okay, we have something. Let's rewrite this to use colliders instead, right? So we can do that. Man, I wish that my brain was working, but it's a little bit on a holiday now, right? I mean, why, brain? Why? Okay, there we go. And then here, no player, or other player. And then player. Yeah. There's no player collider either. So south of player dot sprite. There we go. All right, now we need to move this into colliders. So the position is based on the collider position. So we do everything kind of like we've done up until now, but oh god damn it. I just realized we have to shrink and Genesis and do colliders as well, right? Okay. All right, so we need to base our size and position on the collider instead. So when we insert the player sprite here, we also need to do self.player.collider is equal to colliders insert new. And what do we pass into collider? We're passing in a region, which we can get from the sprite. So sprite the region, and then the mask, which will just set to that, and true because it's solid. Okay, so now the player has a collider, and it is the collider that we move. Not the, well, we move the sprite, but we do it based on the collider. So our woof, okay. This is going to change the damp to use time alpha instead of the delta time. And it's not the, well, it's not the sprite position we want. It's the collider position. So collider is self.colliders self.player.collider, right? We can extract that. That's not a problem. Do we have a collider position? We do. We have a position called collider center, right? That's the center of the collider. So then this just becomes that. And the reason we use the time alpha value is that is calculated based on the physics step instead, right? I feel that was a bit of a non-answer, but honestly, I'm tired and confused, and I don't know whose pants these even are at this point. So the distance will be calculated not on the sprite position, but on the collider. So let's maybe not touch the sprite at all, but only the collider, right? Okay, so we do want the size. So let size equals collider size. Let position equals collider.position. No, center. Okay, cool beans. So that is just size now. And that is just position now. That is size again. That is position. And then how do we grow the collider? Okay, so new size is going to be the collider size plus that, and then the collider size is equal to new size clamp, but there is no collider size. That's the problem. But that's the size. Oh, we can't add two sizes. Okay, quick detour. We have add assign, so now we need to implement add. Okay, we don't need to deal with that. Okay, for size T. Yes and yes. Output is self, and that is self. Width is self.width plus right hand side .width, and width and height. Bada bing, bada boom. And height. Good spelling there, but I'm getting a bit frazzled. What? Oh, P. Shit. Just be like that. That means that this should now compile, and this does not. So, how do we resize a collider? By using wishful thinking. Alright, there is no resize. Okay. Region. We can clone, we can copy, we can format, we can upload to the GPU, we can make a new one, we can get the size, we can normalize it, we can convert it to a bunch of silly numbers. We can move to, we can move relative, we can convert to, we can do intersect, contains, convert space, but we cannot resize. We can scale it, but not resize it. Okay. Okay, well, that should be fine. Pub const function resize self size. Okay, so we have the center point. Okay, then we have to calculate new values from the center. Right, the center cannot change, so we'll have to take the start x and say that is equal to half dot width no, that's equal to the center x minus half width, right? Oh my god, this is so annoying. Just make them const already. Come on. All right, so that's width. And that's plus. Y height. That is not a square height. Y. Okay, this might not be right. This again, my brain's a little bit cooked. Okay, 4 hours into the jam, but at least we have a trajectory. We're going somewhere, and we're going at it with style. I don't know if that's true. Okay, test resize region. Okay, let's create a region. Region. You're gonna want to type, don't you? New. Where do we place this thing? Okay, we put it at 0. Actually, we're just gonna copy this guy. Okay, so we have a region where if we look at the center of this thing now, that center should be 0.5, right? Because it starts at 0 and 1, and the center between 0 and 1 is 0.5, right? So we should see 0.5 as the value. I guess we could have written an assertion for this thing. And the size should be 1. Right, so we can see that it's 0.5. If we look at the size, it should be 1 by 1. Or can we not do that? Maybe I should implement that. So the size is 1 by 1. Okay, if we resize this now, so region resize to 2, that is supposed to stay with 0.5 in the center. So this center should be the same, and the size should be the same as this size. So it should be 2 and in the center, and that is correct. Let's make size something that we can actually display. So size gives us size t, debug, copy. Let's have a look at the vector because we have a display. There we go. So we are putting that under copy. So display for size t. That was dumb. We can just copy the vector display implementation. And then say size here. And then self.width format and height format. Okay, so now we don't have to see that gross type in there. Okay, so region. Let's run this. So the size should now look a little bit normal. There we go, right? 2 by 2. Okay. Whew. That I think is good. Okay, so let's write an assertion. Assert that the region center is 0.5, 0.5. We're gonna resize it. We can also do the size. Well, only if we don't do it wrong. And then we resize it. And then we're gonna assert that the center is the same and the new size has doubled. Will you pass? No. Something else is afoot here. What now? Guffin. Wait. Ew, gross. That's correct. Is that is correct? What type are you then? Ah, right. That's why. Do we have to? Can we do this? No, because then we don't know what type you are at all. Right? You guffin. All right, then we do this. Do I love doing this? Why, yes, I do. Oh, but I don't love this. What is size surely implements partial equal? That's a whoopsie. Okay. Whoopsie. Okay, so I think we're good here. So going back to this thing, this should now fine work. But we're supposed to reuse this. We're updating this collider. There we go. Whew. So we're no longer using the sprites except in the update function, and the sprite is gonna go to where the destination is. I have no idea what this is gonna look like. Yeah, that's sort of not right, is it? Right. Maybe this should happen in the physics step, and all we do here is tell the sprite that is equal to the collider. So sprite dot position is equal to collider dot center, and sprite dot size is the collider size. And then all this will happen elsewhere. So now nothing should move. This thing is just like, whoa, right? Okay. Now we have to make this actually do something, right? Okay, so not that and not that. So we should be able to see the resize happen now, right? Yeah, beauty. Okay, we just have to make the movement happen. The reason we want to do this on the collider is because we want to be able to resolve collision rather than anything, right? So if we are following, then we're going to set the destination to that. And then we do this. And then we say position is equal to all of these. That is, we need some time now. That will be the physics step, right? So time, and that's gonna be our time as seconds f32. And then lambda is something that apparently I just made up. So let lamb be, where are you? There you are. There you go. What the hell is size? No. What was size? That's the size, damn it. What's the size here? The size. What are you griping about? Can't divide float by size. This is in the wrong place. Oh, it's the width. Ugh, why do you call it size then, you trunk? Okay, let's delete this since we're in the spirit of breaking things anyway. So size is actually the width. It doesn't matter what it is, right? So this gives us a new position. And now we have to resolve collision around this position. But before we do that, say collider move to position. Okay. Whap. And now it's slow and ropey. And now it's fast. And oh man, that's a cool idea for him. Okay. So what if we add an obstacle now? So, well, we're supposed to move the collider, and then here we say self.colliders dot resolve collider. There's no resolve. Move to. Try move to. All right. Collide. I don't know. I don't know how this works. I don't know. I know the guy who wrote it. He might know. Collision. Damn it. And that probably takes a collider ID instead. And that gives us the mask back out. And that's going to be set to player.collider like so. Okay, and that's a solid object. This all looked the same, but what if we added a solid shape in here now? Let's see what this looks like. My goodness, we're supposed to finish this tomorrow? I got some bullshit following the mouse around, okay? Right? So this is the player. All right, and let's put some kind of obstacle here. We just add a... Oh, you can go. Okay, what should we add as an obstacle? This beautiful heart. So that's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So it's 3 by 3 then, right? So that's times 3 and y times 3, okay? Then let's, well, we don't want the last 2 lines there, okay? We want the collider, however. Okay, doodles. So that's gonna be x and y, 2x plus 16 and y plus 16. 17 because the offset and then adding 1, right? Do we get that in there? We do. Look at that. Whoop. It snaps a little, but also it's the wrong shape. But now will this work? Oh my god, that's beautiful. All right. The resizing thing is a little bit freaky. And why do we get some kind of weird pot instead of what I wanted? Where is that pot? What did I do? 3 times 17, 3 times 17. Well, I surely must be drunk because I don't even see that thing in here. Is it this thing? No. It's not. Okay. What am I looking at here? As far as the obstacle, what is this? Some kind of weird bowl. I don't see it anywhere in here. Meep, moop, meep, moop. Is it? No. What am I looking for? This is like some kind of messed up hidden object game now. There it is. We're off by 1. What a surprise. Okay. I wanted a heart. where are you starting off though, right? So that's the region. And then we insert the collider. Let's do this though. Sprite dot position. Let's move you to a new place. 20 by 20. Okay. There we go. So this heart is solid. Okay. I think we have something here, right? I think we could. I might have to download the LTK thing if we're gonna design a level, but yeah. That scales. This thing scales good and proper, but what happens if you scale it on top of this thing, right? Scale and bam, right? We don't do any like collision resolution while we're scaling. Should we do that? Nelly. We should always do the collision, right? So this should maybe prevent us from scaling into this thing. Whoop, yeah, that was cool. And now you obviously want to know what happens if we scale this into something else, right? But I'm not gonna find out because I am so frazzled, right? Whew. No coding still. Hardliner, you got 1 day left soon. Okay. I need to take a bit of a break and just move my drumsticks around a little bit. But we have something now where we can do this, right? We have, yeah, I've been streaming for 11 hours now. On YouTube, it's only been 4.5 hours, right? Which is sad because it means that all my progress days from 4.5 hours, right? Crazy indeed, right? You triggered the bot. Not enough cake. Yeah, I don't know. Do I take a break or do I go and sleep and start again tomorrow? I think maybe I will go and sleep for a little bit and eat some food. I'm hungry, and we start very early tomorrow with all of this stuff. It's been really productive though, right? I thoroughly enjoy this, and I think we have something, right? Yeah, dude, hardliner. I'm interested to know, right? Oh man, I'll be thinking about this though, right? Okay, but that's gonna be like first the day one on YouTube. Is gonna be there. I don't know if I'll edit up a video of it or not, but we kind of have something though, right? We have the thing, we have collision. We're just gonna make something fun out of it. I don't know if this is gonna be anything or not, but we'll see. Anyway, thank you guys for hanging out. I'll be back bright and early tomorrow morning. You guys are more than welcome to join me, and we'll probably try to design a level around this or two and see what it takes. We're probably going to need a level editor, but we're not going to make our own. We'll use LTK. I think that's okay, right? Surely that's okay. Yeah, I don't see how that can be. But so far we're covering this. All right. Have a good one.